All right, Evan, you may be seated. Does the state way to call adjourned?
State way, Your Honor.
Ms. Mathis, you ready to call? Ms. Robinette? Welcome back, folks. Hope you all had a good lunch. You're ready to resume the state's case in chief. Gentlemen, will you please call the next witness?
Call Mr. Susanna.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stein. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Welcome to criminal court.
Thank you.
Have a seat, sir.
Please share with us your name.
Charles D. Susano III.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Susano.
And where are you employed?
Knoxville Circuit Court Clerk, ma'am.
And tell us, what are your job duties as a circuit court clerk?
As the Circuit Court Clerk in Knox County, I'm also the Juvenile Court Clerk as well as the Sessions Court Clerk. And our job is to process, manage, and maintain all court-related documents.
And pursuant to a subpoena, have you prepared for us the juvenile court proceedings for the transfer hearing for Mr. Rashawn Jordan and DeAndre Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that include providing us with copies of the exhibits
Yes, it did.
and the testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have that with you today?
Sure do.
We would like to approach and make that ID only.
Come on.
Is that number 391? And is that what is included here in Exhibit 391?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after the transfer hearing, does this file or the file going to get some criminal court?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is ID only. At this time, I believe it's an agreement between the state and the defense that the state is only seeking to introduce Mr. Germany Hines' testimony and the 3 exhibits that he referenced.
Just subject to pretrial objections.
Right. Other than what we've already litigated, there's no further objections, right, Ms. Robinette?
Right.
Right. Very good.
And I could publish the testimony.
All right. So, folks, here's what the court has allowed to be admitted. At a previous hearing relating to this matter, an individual named Germany Hines testified. The court has declared as a matter of law that he is unavailable to testify at this time. What anybody says outside of the trial is what we call hearsay. And you've heard that term before, I know. And generally, hearsay is not permitted in a trial, but there are some exceptions to that. One of those exceptions is if the witness is now unavailable and they testified previously in a similar matter with similar motives under oath. And so the court has found that this testimony meets those requirements. So we are going to play for you a recording, it's an audio recording, this is not video, of Mr. Hines' testimony in juvenile court. Now, you're going to hear in my final written instructions, I'll tell you that statements that are made outside of the court are not to be considered for the truth of matter asserted in those outside statements. But there's one exception to it, and that's when it has been entered as an exhibit. And so this is one of these exceptions. So you can consider the testimony you're getting ready to hear as substantive evidence, as if this witness was actually here testifying. So, General, you may publish.
Swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Give us your name.
Germany Hines.
You have to pull your mask down, Mr. Hines.
Germany Hines.
How old are you?
16.
Now, Mr. Hines, what school did you attend back in February? Is it very difficult for you to be here today? You do not want to be here today. Are you only here because you've been subpoenaed and you were brought to juvenile court?
Yeah. I need to go back and answer those other questions too, I'm sorry, but we're recording this, and you shake your head or not, the recording will pick it up, so we'll do that again, too.
Give your name again.
German Hines,
And what school do you go to?
Austin East,
What grade are you in?
10.
You do not want to be here, right?
No.
And the only reason you're here is because you got subpoenaed.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about February 12, 2003 and school today?
Yes.
What were you doing in school today? What did you do in school?
Regular. First school learn.
During the day? Hold that microphone. Mr. Talk loud, okay? On February 12, 2021, did you know someone by the name of Stanley Freeman?
Yes.
Were you friends with Mr. Freeman?
Yes.
What type of person was he?
It was cool. I mean, I didn't really hang around him, but when I did, it was cool.
Did you have any issues with him?
No.
On February 12, 2021, did you also know someone by the name of Rashawn Jordan?
Yes.
Did you have any issues with him?
No.
Did you know someone by the name of DeAndre Davis?
Yes.
You friends with him?
Yeah.
Did you have any issues with him?
No.
Now, the school, is there video cameras at the school?
Yes.
Now, did Rashawn Jordan go to Austin Peaks?
No.
DeAndre Davis, did he go to Austin Peaks?
No.
After the school let out, what did you do?
On my way home
And where did you live?
and walk the beat by Queens.
And so how were you going to get home?
Walk.
And what was the path you were going to take? What road were you going to take?
Like Wilson.
After school, did you see Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
You see Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
Just getting out of school, on the way home, just rode by, seen them, said what's up, kept going.
And were they in a vehicle?
Yeah,
What kind of vehicle were they?
like, I think a Nissan.
And so when school is out, and is it typically like a lot of traffic?
Yes,
So,
yes,
and so is that what was going on? Was there like a lot of cars or something?
yes,
Now, did you hang around and talk to them?
nah,
Did you see Mr. Freeman after school?
yes.
What was he doing?
On his way home, in his
And
car.
how was he getting home?
Car,
You know what kind of car he had?
Honda,
Where was his car in relationship to Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis's car?
it was like behind him, a little behind him.
Okay. And once you saw do you remember if Mr. Davis was driving or Mr. Jordan was driving?
I don't remember.
You know, while they were over at Austin's,
No,
so after you said you just said what's up to them,
yeah, I don't even think I said what's up, really.
and then did you say anything to Mr. Freeman?
No,
And so after seeing Mr. Jordan, Mr. Davis, Mr. Freeman, what did you do?
I kept walking with my friends.
Did you hear something?
Yeah, we heard gunshots like a couple minutes later.
What happened?
I ran.
Now, have you seen some of the still images from the school,
No.
from the video?
Oh, yeah.
Can you identify yourself and the cars we're talking about and you see those again?
What you think?
If I were to show you those pictures, could you identify those pictures again?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. while they're looking at those pictures, while they're looking at those pictures, Mr. Hines, do you recognize this area? Recognize this is Carlton? Recognize this is Austin East being right here? And so looking at exhibit 24, when you came out of school, where would you be walking at? Henry? Do you see on this
You
diagram?
said something about Wilson.
Yeah, I go through the alley right there. It's like by Austin East. I take that way from my cousin house and cut on this.
So you would have went, what? So, we go to 25. On exhibit 25, show the judge the direction you would have.
Show me where the school is.
This is Austin East here.
Alright. Show me where MLK is, make sure it goes.
So this is MLK here. This is Austin, and this is here.
Your Honor, this little check leading, it's got a red line that shows it which way it is.
No, this is the path that Mr. Freeman took after the shot. What happened to you?
It's fine, I do.
The alley marker, I take the alley, I cut wire.
So you would have went, this is how, you were going to turn before you got to the right. You were going to go down this way, go past Houston, go down to Harrison, and then go down Wilson. That's what you would have done. Looking here on exhibit 25, do you see where you saw the vehicle that Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan ran? The car that Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan ran? Do you see on this diagram where that car was? Can you put an X where the car
Here,
was?
wait a minute, let me get something else. You get a Sharpie or something. Here. I can't see it, whatever you use it. There we go, perfect.
Can you use that red marker and draw an X for where the car was that Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis ran? Can you use that same red X and draw a 0 or O as to where the car was that Mr. Freeman was in? So this is the car from Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan, right? Where was Mr. Freeman's car? Yes. And so for the record, you have marked on exhibit 25 an X with the car that you saw Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis run. Right? You have to say yes.
Yeah.
And an O for the car that Mr. Freeman was in.
Yes.
And then, yeah, and so use a GH for where you were.
Y'all need to come look at that. Did you mark it? So we have it back when you get all over your stuff.
You remember what color shoes you had on?
Black and red.
Showing you exhibit 26. Do you recognize this picture here? No? You recognize that still shot? You recognize that still shot, that image, that location? Okay. Where was that picture taken at?
Like on the side of 80.
On the side of 80? Can you see where you were in this picture? What about exhibit 27? No? Is this the car you've seen before?
Yeah.
Okay. And this car,
Say that out loud.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
who did you see in this car?
I just seen Trey. Yeah, Trey.
Okay. And is this the car we're talking about? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. And, you know where he was at in the car?
Like, these the same boy.
So I'm asking you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Okay. And so you know where he was at in the car?
Robert.
Okay. And DeAndre, we're talking about DeAndre, the young man seated at the defense table?
Yeah.
Closest to you or farther from the defense table?
Close.
And where was Mr. Jordan at? Did you see him that day? You didn't see
You
him
gotta
in the
tell
car?
me yes or no, you gotta.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I didn't see him that day.
You just saw DeAndre that day?
Yeah.
And you saw DeAndre in the car after school?
Yeah.
And so I'm going to move exhibit 26 into evidence. And you know about what time it is when you get out of school?
3:30.
27, you recognize the car in 27? Whose car is that? 27. And you recognize that this was taken outside Austin's?
Yeah.
I didn't hear whose car it was.
Stanley.
Mr. Frank?
Yeah.
Now, after you heard the gunshot, you had a cell phone with you?
Yeah.
And your cell phone was working?
Yeah.
Did you, have a, exchange? You send Mr. Jordan, Mr. Davis your phone number earlier that day? Or Mr. Davis, Mr. Jordan your phone number?
I already got his number.
Okay. Well, did you get a phone call from Mr. Davis or Mr. Jordan that day?
I called them. I called him.
Right after the shooting?
Yeah.
Tell the judge about the conversation that you had with them right after the shooting.
I called, we heard gunshots, we was checking on them.
And what did they say?
They said they'd call right back.
What did they say?
I had talked to them after that.
They said they what?
Call right back.
Who said they would call it back?
Rashawn.
So when you called Deshaun, why did you call Deshaun?
We heard gunshots, we was checking on them.
So why would you check on Deshaun if you heard gunshots?
Friends of them.
And so, how did you know to check on him? Why would you call Mr. Davis? Why would you call Deshaun?
So they usually be with them.
Yeah, put your max down.
I said they usually be with them.
So you had seen Mr. Davis in the car, and you called Deshaun because he's usually with Mr. Davis.
Yeah.
And so when you called Deshaun, what did Deshaun say?
He called right back.
Did they say anything to you at all about the shooting?
No.
Do you remember talking to the detective?
Yeah.
You don't remember them telling you anything at all about the shootings?
No.
And did you to them by cell phone anymore after that day?
No,
Did you see anyone else in the car besides Mr. Davis?
no,
And you said Mr. Davis was driving.
yeah,
And for the record, do you recognize Mr. Jordan seated at the defense table?
yeah,
And you said he's on the far end?
yeah,
Yes, and then Mr. Davis is closest to you.
yeah.
Record could reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Absolutely.
Morning, sir. John Hobbs, attorney for DeAndre Davis. So you saw DeAndre after school that day, right? Did you see him with a gun?
No,
Did you see Stanley Freeman get shot?
no,
Did you talk to DeAndre after that?
no,
So you don't know what happened at all, do you?
not until I got home.
But you didn't see anything?
No.
No further questions?
This witness free to go?
Yes, Mr. Price,
No questions, Your Honor. You can go, sir. Thank you.
So we would like to make the recording next on the exhibit.
Are we, Christie?
We are 392.
392 will be the recorded testimony of Mr. Hines.
We would like to make juvenile court exhibit
25.
yes, 25. We can make that 393.
The juvenile court exhibit 25 will now be,
I'm sorry. Yes. So it's already marked for identification as 338.
338. So juvenile court exhibit 25 will now be our exhibit 338 and others.
We can make juvenile court exhibit 26.
That's three. That's three. So juvenile court exhibit 26 will be our exhibit 393.
And juvenile court exhibit 27. 394.
394.
Pass those. If I can pass those to you.
Sure. So you're going to have these with you folks, but we'll pass them around now so you can have an idea what we've been talking about.
Pass those.
Ms. Mattis, do you have any questions, Mr. Susano?
I do not.
Ms. Rumnett? Welcome. This side of the building. You can go back to your side now.
Judge.
Take care. Good seeing you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll wait to call our next witness till we've finished passing those around there.
Do you want to approach the line?
We all look down, Mr. Thompson? All right, very good. General, please go ahead next, or next piece of evidence.
I was just going to seek to move into evidence the Apple certification and the 3 photographs that we introduced, that we marked for ID only through Mr. Williams.
All right, so the Apple certification is for what?
And the 3 photographs,
No, what is the Apple, what's it certifying?
the certification of Apple custodian of records. I, Raul Nunez, hereby declare that I'm an employee with Apple Inc.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't need to know. What records go to that certification? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, the 3 photographs of from Mr. LaShawn Jordan's iCloud account.
Okay. Gotcha.
And so the Apple
We
certification
already marked those for ID.
we have.
Okay.
And so we would seek to move into evidence Exhibit 2. I think that's 382 is the Apple certification of custodian of records. We'd seek to move into evidence Exhibits 381A, 381B, and 381. And those are photographs of Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis that Mr. Williams has identified.
The court will find that they're authentic records through the Apple custodian, which is the certificate is 382, and then we'll now introduce 381, 381A, and 381B into evidence based upon that certification. Was there something else you were?
It was the AT&T records.
Okay.
that we previously provided 2 certifications from, which have been marked and provided to the clerk that you already ruled on.
Do we know what numbers those are?
The certification is
These are exhibits 386 and 386A.
And what is the 386 certification for?
That is the electronic devices, storage medium, and files in the custody of AT&T that were made in the regular course of their business, the electronic process and/or systems that produce these particular records. And
Does it say what that, do we know which that's certifying, which group of records that's certifying? Like, is that Steve Sword's call records, or what is that?
yes, Your Honor. This is going to be, the call records will be, the certifications for the call records, that's going to be Exhibit 386A. And then the cell site towers will be certification 386.
Over previous objection, it'll be 386, 386A for those records. Now, do we have those records prepared? Are we going to give them a different number, or are we just going to keep those with 386?
386B.
And that would be are the call records and the cell site tower records all together?
Yes, Your Honor, we can put them together. The call records will be for phone numbers 865-403-9873 and 865-771-5441. The cell site records will only be for, like, Knox County.
Oh, I got you. Okay. And so we'll make that collective 386B.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Over objection, they'll be in it. All right, Mr. Dillon, what's next?
State would like to call FBI Special Agent Matthew Wild.
Have him step in, please. Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give in the case now on trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Have a seat, Special Agent.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Matthew Wild. I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI.
Can you outline for the jury your law enforcement experience and background?
Yes, sir. In 2000, I graduated college, and I was hired by the Spartanburg County, South Carolina Sheriff's Department. There, I worked as a patrol officer and investigator for about 10 years. In 2010, I was hired by the FBI. I attended Quantico at the FBI Academy. And then after that, I was assigned to the Baltimore field office. I worked in a few of their small offices there, investigating white-collar crime, gangs, drugs, and violent crime. In 2015, I was transferred to the main Baltimore office, where I worked with the Baltimore Citywide Robbery Unit, investigating robberies, kidnappings, and homicides. I was there until about 2020, and in October 2020, I transferred to South Carolina, where I work in a small office just south of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Your background with the FBI, specifically as it concerns this case, involves a CAST report. What does that acronym stand for?
So CAST is a cellular analysis survey team. It's a group of about 80 special agents and task force officers. And our team is located around the country and sometimes different parts of the world. And what we specialize in is analyzing historical phone records, or specifically the location data associated with those.
And what is the background that is necessary and associated with being a CAST agent?
Most CAST agents have a background working violent crime because that's where most of the time we're dealing with phone records and trying to locate phones and locate people.
Could you describe for the jury the type of specialized training that you need to go through and complete in order to be a CAST agent?
Sure. So I have over 400 hours of training. I started in 2012. I went to a course called Basic Project Pinpoint. It was a 3-day course where we learned how to read these phone records. The phone records are very much like the old paper phone bill we would get in the mail maybe 15 years ago. They have the date, they have the time, they tell me who called who, they tell me how long those calls are. The major difference between those phone records and the ones I look at is the records I look at have the cell tower information, so they tell me which cell tower was used, and then they tell me the sector or the side of that tower that's being used. So in that first class, we learned how to read those records, compare the cell tower information with a list of all the cell phone towers, and then generate a very basic map. At the conclusion of that class, I used that technique in every one of my cases between 2012 and 2016. In 2016, I attended Advanced Project Pinpoint. We took a deeper dive into the records. We were given multiple practicals. We learned different ways to use the records that we could obtain from T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T, and Verizon. And at the conclusion of that course, I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. That course was 4 weeks. The first week was radio frequency theory. So we learned in that class how radio waves travel between a phone and the antennas and back through the network. The second week, we met with the carriers. So we met with Sprint, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and US Cellular. We learned from their records custodians. Those are the folks that provide the records to law enforcement. We also learned from the network engineers. Those are the people that design and maintain the network. The third week, we learned about our drive testing equipment. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a specific cell phone tower and then figure out how far that tower actually reaches. And then the last week was a moot court exercise. We were given a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out, do a drive test, and then testify to that case in a moot court setting. At the conclusion of that course, I was certified as a CAST agent. Now, between 2016 and today, I've attended the CAST recertification course every year, which is 3 to 4 days. We go back, we meet with all the carriers, we get training on emerging technologies, and then because of where we're located around the country and sometimes in different parts of the world, we give case presentations to each other on what we're seeing in our respective areas.
So in addition to being trained, you also provide training?
I do. I've taught the basic Project Pinpoint course either 16 or 17 times. I've taught the advanced course on 3 or 4 occasions, and then I've been an evaluator for the moot court portion of CAST certification on 3 different occasions.
Have you had to be tested and take an exam?
I did. To become certified, part of becoming certified was taking a written test, and then the moot court portion was also a test.
Have you testified in courts concerning your analysis in this particular field?
I have.
Have you been identified in those court proceedings as an expert in this particular field?
Yes, sir.
How many times would you say that has happened?
Over 140 times.
Your Honor, we would ask that Special Agent Matthew Wild be recognized as an expert in the field of cellular analysis and a specialist in this particular field.
Any objection? So what is your particular field now? It's cellular analysis and what?
So it would be historical call detail record analysis and,
Call detail record analysis.
yes, sir, and cellular technology.
And is it Wild with an E?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Court will recognize Special Agent Wild as an expert in what he just said. I'm trying to write it down. Historical call, detail analysis, and cellular technology. And again, that allows him to render his opinion. But again, just because he renders his opinion doesn't mean that you're bound to accept it. Just like every other witness, it's your job to judge the weight and credibility to be given to his testimony. But since he is an expert, he may give his opinion. Generally, make it.
Thank you. What is historical cell site analysis? And
So-
again, in relationship to people that are of my age, try and communicate that in a manner in which we could understand.
Okay. So historical cell site analysis is using those records I described earlier. Those records, it generally provide me the date and the time the call occurred, and then the tower, so the cell phone tower, and the side of the tower that was used to handle that call. So what I know from looking at those records is the date, the time, and then the general location where that call occurred. Okay? Historical cell site analysis is using that information, so that date, the time, and the general location, and comparing it to something that we know, the known date, time, and location. Most of the time, when law enforcement is investigating a crime, they generally know when and where the crime occurred. And so all I'm doing is comparing those records to that known date, time, and location.
Approximately how many times have you performed this historical cell phone site analysis, and in what types of cases were you involved?
Well over 1,200 sets of records, and anything from burglary, auto theft, kidnappings, to homicides, and some national security cases.
Can you explain how you use CDRs to locate phones and then people?
Sure. So to locate a phone using those call detail records, what I do is I'm looking at patterns in those records. So most people go to the same place every night, and most people go to the same place every day, right? We either go to home at night or we go to work during the day. So looking at those patterns, I look at the cell phone activity on somebody's records maybe between 8 p.m. and 5 a.m., and I can see the cell phone tower and the sector or the side of the tower that's being used during that time period. Generally, that's going to be the tower and sector that they're using when they're in the area of their house. Same thing during the day. If I look between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., generally, most people work during the day. I can come up with an area of where they potentially work during that time frame. And then, of course, that's locating the phone, but usually there's a person using that phone. So that's how we tie those together.
How is the CAS team associated with other units within the FBI?
So we're associated with the Criminal Investigative Division, and we're also associated with the Violent Crimes Against Children's Unit. And so what happens is if we have a missing child and the acronym's escaping me right now, Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team is deployed. One of our CAS agents is deployed with that team to work the phone records in those matters.
And is this particular technique that you employ only used in the context of criminal investigations?
Absolutely not. I've used this many, many times just in missing persons investigations, where maybe somebody goes missing, maybe it's not completely criminal in nature. We're able to look at the phone records and then either determine a place where they last turned their phone off or the place where they might be at that time.
So you indicated that this system is used to identify phones and people. Have you ever used this system to analyze people that are accused of crimes to eliminate them as a suspect?
Yes, on many, many occasions, a detective might send me records. They suspect somebody might be involved in a case. I'll do that analysis on those records and show that that person is at home during the time or that person is somewhere else during that time. And I've personally done that on multiple occasions.
Based upon your training and experience in this particular field of analysis, are these cellular telephone record analysis reliable?
Yes, they are. The network, the way it's designed, each one of these towers and sectors has their own specific coverage area. And so I can come up with a general area where that phone's located every single time a call occurs. And I've personally used these records to find phones and find people doing this analysis.
So what are the skills and abilities or knowledge that you may possess that in order you to render such an expert opinion on historical cell site analysis?
So there's three things. Number one, you have to have an understanding of how the network operates. Number two, you have to have experience analyzing volumes and volumes of call detail records. And then number three, you have to have experience using those records and using that analysis to actually locate a phone and thereby locate a person. I have all three of those.
In this particular case, prior to testifying today, had you had an opportunity to review the cellular historical records of the particular phones that have been put into evidence in this case?
Yes, I have.
In addition to evaluating that information, had you also taken it upon yourself to travel the area that this particular case involves?
Yes, I have.
Can you describe for the jury what you did and where you went?
Yeah, so just this morning I went by 301 Hembry Street, South Hembry Street, and then I drove from there north towards Fine Avenue, I believe it is, as well as driving 40 through Knoxville itself.
And why did you think that was important to do?
Well, I wanted to see from the actual reported scene of the crime, I wanted to see if I could see the tower that was being used by the phones in this case, and I could.
In evaluating the information that you received from the cell phone historical data, were you able to perform a review and determine where the defendants were located during this particular time frame?
So not the defendants. I'm able to locate generally where the phone was during that time. I have no idea who had that phone in their hand. I wasn't there that day.
But in relationship to the phone usage during this particular time, you were able to use this data to evaluate where that particular phone was at any particular time?
Yes, sir. At the time of the records, when there's times on the records, I'm able to evaluate where the phone is during that time.
And what type of information is used that you used including these records? Can you relay that type of information to the jury?
Sure. So I use there's two sets of AT&T records, and so I use the voice, text messaging, and data records from those devices. And then I used a download of one of the phones where you're able to obtain some location data from downloading that physical phone, and I also use the information off of that download.
So if I'm understanding you right, there's information that you receive from the phones and information you receive from the network from the towers.
Yes, sir.
And how did that information enable you to perform your analysis and render a report?
So I look at what happens is I look at those records, I ingest them into a Google-based mapping system, and then I'm able to translate those records into something that we can see and look at, and that's how I was able to do that.
And you ultimately created this record in terms of a series of maps?
I did. I generated a series of maps and generated a report.
And in generating these maps, how were you able to assess the information that you used to generate these maps? Is my question clear or not?
No, it's not clear at all, sir.
Let me go back a step. In making your assessment of the materials, what did you prioritize or use in order to generate the maps?
Oh, I prioritized the dates and the times surrounding the incident and the known locations that were provided to me by the Knoxville Police Department.
And Did you identify specific cell towers that were used to make and receive these calls during that time period with the target phones?
I did. I identified those by, again, looking at the call detail records.
And in identifying them from the call detail records, were you able to actually map out on the map where these towers were located?
Yes, I was.
And did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation that we will hopefully provide to the jury that explains each time period and where these towers and phones were used?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Our next number is
395.
395. Yes. Show you what's been marked as 395. Would you give that a review and let us know whether you're familiar with that?
I am. This is a paper copy of the report I generated for this case.
We'd offer 395.
Subject to the foundation of the other records we already talked about. Is there any other objections?
No.
To be 395 Special Agent Files report.
May we publish?
You may publish. Mr. Dillon, just let us know if you want the lights on or off, sir.
Let's see how far we can go with them on and then.
Okay.
All right, so you prepared this PowerPoint for us to present to this jury.
Yes, sir.
The first slide here is basically your information.
It is. It's my name, the two phone numbers related to this case, and then the last date when I completed this final report.
And just so that the jury is clear, these are the types of PowerPoint presentations that you have provided in the past to other court proceedings in which you've been identified as an expert.
Yeah, yes, it's been the same. I use the same format. I've used it the last 140-something times I've testified.
All right. So let's go to the next slide, and if you can identify what it is that you're doing and how you're doing it.
Sure. So the first paragraph is the background that I was requested by the Knoxville Police Department to assist with this case, to analyze the records for 865-403-9873 and 865-771-5441. Methodology, kind of discussed this already, but the analysis, I performed the analysis on those call detail records. They document the interaction between the phone and the network. And what I do is compare the tower list or the cell tower number on those records to a list of all the cell phone towers in the area. And I'm able to generate a general idea of where that phone is at the time the calls occurred. Cell site locations, so I use a tower list that was in effect around the time of the crime. I believe in this one I used the March 2019 tower list, which is just a couple days or about 2 weeks after the crime occurred. And then my conclusions are further down in the report.
Next slide. So what are we showing here?
So here we're looking at a series of cell phone towers. Draw your attention to the one on the top left-hand side. There's a couple important things about this. Number one, there's those speaker-looking devices that kind of hang from that cell phone tower. Those are the antennas that transmit and receive the signal to and from the phone. A phone is very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, I tuned to my favorite station or my favorite frequency, and somewhere in Knoxville there's a radio tower that emits a signal. My car radio can receive that signal. I can listen to my favorite station. The difference between my car radio and my cell phone is that the communication for my cell phone has to be able to receive information from the tower, but I also need to be able to send information back to the tower. So those are the antennas that transmit and receive that signal. The second important thing about this picture is you'll notice those antennas hang on a triangular shaped structure. Most cell phone towers are designed to cover a full circle or 360 degrees. And the way the carriers break that circle up is by breaking it into three pieces. So when I look at this picture, I just like to think that the center of one side of that triangle is nothing more than the center of that side of the tower. Furthermore, drawing your attention to the middle picture, sometimes in more urban and suburban areas, there's not space to build one of these towers. So what the network does is they'll identify a tall building and they'll mount these antennas to the outside of the building, and they provide essentially the same function. Also, we have the flagpole here. We see this a lot of times at colleges, high schools, universities, public buildings. And while it just looks like the flagpole, actually underneath a panel at the top of it are 3 directional antennas. So it essentially performs the same function. And then my personal favorite is the pine tree that always stands about 150 feet taller than all the other trees around it. But actually at the top, it is has these same antennas, and they're just spray painted brown to kind of blend into the environment.
Next slide. What are we trying to show here?
So here we're talking about sectors and orientation. So again, most towers have 3 sides. The center of each tower, the center of each side of that tower is identified by something called the azimuth or orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just 2 big scary words for direction, okay? So if the azimuth is 0, if it tells me the records say the phone is using tower 1234, sector 1, it's going to tell me the azimuth is 0, 120, 240, whatever it should be. If the azimuth is 0, all I'm doing is drawing a line facing north. It just means that that side of the tower faces north. Then, because I need to divide this sector into 3 sides, I have to draw a line 60 degrees to the right, 60 degrees to the left, and that gives me 1/3 of that circle. And so, yeah, unless otherwise noted, each one of these sectors is approximately 120 degrees.
Next slide.
So this slide 5, this is how I display the sector actually on the map by using this wedge shape. So here you can see I have the red wedge. It faces north at 0 degrees. I drew my lines 60 degrees in each direction. But now we have this shaded area there in the middle. When I see the shaded area, or when I talk about the shaded area, I'm not 100% saying the phone has to be within that shaded area. What I'm saying is that's the direction that the energy is being emitted from that tower. It'd be like me up here turning the lights off and shining a flashlight towards the back of the room, okay? That light's gonna emit out in a direction towards the back of the room. That's all I'm saying with this, by using this wedge here.
The next slide.
And so this is how I display, slide 6 shows how I display the sector on the map. You can see the red sector faces to the north. Those green dots are the towers there. So what I would say about this slide is the phone is using that tower with the red sector. The phone has to be somewhere between the tower that's being used and the next tower in that direction, but closer to the one that's being used. Because as I travel from the tower that's being used towards the other one, the signal from the one that's being used is going to get weaker and weaker and weaker as I go away, and eventually I'm going to pick up the other tower as I get close to it. That's the reason you can drive all the way across Knoxville, stay on the phone at the same time, is because we're constantly going in and out of those different coverage areas and transferring from from tower to tower to tower as we go down the road.
Next slide. So you did an analysis of the phone usage in the towers that were involved here on February 12, 2021.
Yes, sir.
So explain the contents of this particular map.
Could I ask you just to zoom out just a little bit? So hit the minus up there next to the plus at the top. Yep. One more. Thank you. All right, so this is the activity that occurred at 2:35 p.m. on February 12th. This is on telephone number 865-403-9873. During that time,
Is your screen on?
yeah, my screen's on
Okay.
there, yes, sir. Yeah, during that time, the phone used tower 169076, and you can see that that phone, that tower faces towards 301 South Henry Street at that time. So this next slide, slide 9, shows the activity on that same phone between 3:10 and 3:12 p.m. During that time, the phone is using tower 164009, and it uses that azimuth. It kind of faces towards Henry Street, So it's going to be somewhere in that general area between, near that tower.
So the phone is using a different tower in a different location?
It's using a slightly different tower in a different location, yes, sir.
Next slide. What are you showing here?
So here I'm showing the data records now. So those previous records were voice and text messaging. So here I'm showing the data records. And I'm showing the time frame between 3:21 and 3:29:59 p.m. So that session starts on tower 164009, which is the one to the left, and then it ends on tower 169006. So still that phone is using those two towers, and it's in that general area, likely between them.
So let me stop you and pause for a minute. You just mentioned something about before we were talking about voice and text, and now you're talking about data usage. Can you explain the difference to the jury?
Yeah, so with a voice call, let me back up 3 steps. So when you power the phone, when the phone is powered on, if my phone were to be on and on the desk in front of me, what my phone is doing is it's scanning its environment. It's trying to find this sector, the tower in the sector with the best signal. Okay, that's for a voice call. That's the tower that's going to be recorded on the records. With data, it might not always be the tower with the best signal. It's just going to be the tower that has acceptable level that it can see that tower, and transfer a little bit of data. But these two towers are close to each other. The time frames are very close to each other. So the phone's got to be somewhere in this general area of Knoxville during that time.
When we're talking about the difference between phone and text versus data, what is the data that's not associated with phone and text?
It could be anything else. So just think of all the things we do, or we all do on our smartphones. It could be iMessaging. It could be FaceTime videos. It could be any other kind of messaging application, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, whatever other applications are being used. It could be the maps. It could be sending, like a multimedia message. It could be anything other than a telephone call and a regular text message.
Very good. Next slide.
So slide 11 is showing the activity between 3:29 and 3:39 p.m. And again, that phone's back to using 164.076 and 169.076, which actually is the same tower in the same sector. And so during that time, these are all data activations, and that tower is being used. I'd expect it, it's consistent with being in the area of the South Hembry Street address. When I say that, I'm not saying it has to be at that area. What I'm saying is if somebody were to be in that area, this is the tower usage I would expect that phone to use.
Next. And what is significant that you're trying to show in this particular slide?
So in slide 12, what I've added in now is the downloaded location data records that were received from the downloaded phone associated with this telephone number. Now those records, they're just logging, that phone is logging the phone's location. And so when we can download the phone, sometimes we can obtain that location data. So here, between 3:30 and 3:33, we have 14 records at an accuracy of 26 to 65 meters. So the pin, the red pin inside the gray circle, that identifies the specific GPS point where that phone says it was located, and then the gray area is the area of radius on the outside. So it's like, it's a maximum distance from that point that the phone could potentially be.
She's going to enlarge this particular map so that the jury can see
Yes, sir.
where this is located.
Yep.
It seems to be located in the area right around the vicinity of the Austin East High School. Would that be accurate?
It is. So the red Google pin here on South Hembry Street, that's the physical address of that school. And then these other small red round pins, those are identifying the specific location that the phone was recording at that time period.
So there were 14 records that were generated by that phone at that location at that time.
Yes, sir.
And those records,
I'm sorry. I was just gonna make sure I understand. What you're saying is where that, at that particular time, based upon all the records you've examined, that phone was within that little gray circle there, somewhere, not right where the red pin is, but somewhere within that circle.
It shouldn't be any further than the way the technology works. It shouldn't be any further than that circle, but it's possible it could be slightly outside that circle, but I wouldn't expect it to be on the other side of the interstate or anything. I'd expect it to be in that general area.
The next slide.
So the next slide shows, again, I'm still showing that data activity. It's the same cell site activity that I showed previously without the GPS stuff, or without the Cellbrite location stuff. And now I'm showing 3:34 p.m. to 3:37 p.m. And I've just shown all the activations during that time. And so what I could see from looking at these records is the phone moved north, kind of northwest towards Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. Then it moved southwest towards the corner of Martin Luther King and South Hembry Street by 3:37.
So in analyzing the information from the cell towers and the cell phones, you're actually able to, in real time, trace where the phone was in those particular time periods?
Yes, because I have a series of records, and those records provide the time, and so I can, when I load them into my system, I can just click starting at 3:34, 3:35, 3:36, 3:37, and I can see how they move around.
And this map would indicate that at the beginning, at 3:34, it was over to, let's say, if we were using a clock face, around 2 o'clock, and the phone moved in a counterclockwise manner to about 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Next. What is this slide purporting to show?
So this is showing the activity at 3:38. So there's 2 points in here. I noticed when I received the records, they didn't have the seconds on them, so all I had was the minutes to go off of. So that's why we have 2 points that seem to be at the same time in 2 different locations. Likely it's because the seconds were slightly off. So here we have 2 points at 3:38, and they are both there near the intersection of South Hembry Street and Tarleton Avenue. And then I've drawn a line because the red location pin would have covered up the GPS pins from the phone download. So I just drew a line to show where that location plots on the map.
So this particular analysis has resulted in you mapping the phone being located at that particular time at that particular intersection.
Yes, sir.
Next slide. And what is this slide meant to show?
So slide 15 is showing the activity between 3:39 and 3:44 p.m. So starting at 3:39, now the phone is using that tower on the top left-hand side. So it's using sector 2, which faces towards Henry Street. It's the one with the number 2 in it. And then at 3:39:57, it uses the other tower, 169076, which is kind of to the right, also facing back towards the other tower. And then eventually by 3:41, now it's using tower 164009, which is the one on the left with a 3 in it that faces away from Hembry Street.
And would this suggest to the uninitiated that the phone continues to move?
The phone likely moved from the Hembry Street location towards the west.
The next slide. And what does this slide provide us information about?
So this is showing, again, the data between 3:44 and 3:48. So starting on tower 164009, which is the one on the top tower, uses that between 3:44 and 3:45:10. And then it uses the tower to the bottom left between 3:45:10 and 3:46. And then it goes back to using the one on the top between 3:46 and 3:48. So the phone could be stationary in there during that time and just hitting both towers, or it could have moved from the top tower, moving kind of southwest, and then moved back into that area where it's covered by the top tower.
Next slide.
So this one is showing 3:48:15 until 3:49:44 p.m. So again, it's showing, starting at 3:48:15, it's using that tower off to the right, but facing back to the left-hand side, so that's 1640015. And then it uses the other two towers during that time period as well, so 164043, and then the one at the bottom as well.
During these time periods, it's fair to say that the phone was active?
I mean, it's actively recording data very frequently during this time period. So it's not sitting on the same tower. If the phone were to be stationary, I'd expect it to use one tower, one or two towers consistently, and here it's kind of moving around all over the place.
So the phone is active and the phone is moving?
I believe the phone's moving, yes, sir.
And the next slide. What are you trying to show here?
So here we're showing the activity between 3:49 p.m. and 3:51 p.m. And so now the phone has started using tower 164009 facing north of Hembry Street, and then it uses 164043, which faces to the southwest during that time. And looking at how the sessions overlap, it's likely the phone's in between those towers during that time.
Once again, this would indicate that the phone is active and the phone is moving.
Yes, sir.
And this next slide.
So this next one shows 3:51 p.m. through 3:55 p.m. Now the phone has kind of moved a little further to the west, basically between those two towers and sectors that are being used at that time.
Once again, this phone was active and it was moving.
Yes, sir.
The next slide.
So the next slide shows starting at the bottom left-hand side, starting at 3:55 and 3:58 p.m. The phone is down there closer to downtown, and then basically the movement on this phone goes from downtown up towards the northwest there, ending at 4:20 p.m. with a voice call on that top right tower.
So the phone is active and is moving quite a distance more than it had been moving earlier.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, the phone's on, there's data records being generated, and then there's a voice call at 4:20 p.m. that puts it up there to the northwest. I'm sorry, the northeast.
Next slide. And what is this slide showing us?
So this is showing the other phone in this case. Again, it's an AT&T phone, 865-771-5441. This is showing 2:25 to 3:01 p.m. And you can see the tower, the phone is using those two towers displayed on the map, and they're generally just to the south of Hembry Street.
And that phone is active and is moving.
I mean, it's active. I couldn't tell you 100% that it's moving because the time frame here, we have 2:25, 2:34, and 3:01. They're very spread out.
Next slide.
The next slide, we're diving into the data records. So at 3:12, the phone is using tower and sector that faces towards Hembry Street. And at 3:21, it uses the tower and sector number 3 that faces away from Hembry Street.
That phone is actually active and engaging the towers.
It's powered on and it's engaged. It's generating records. Yes, sir.
Next slide. What are we showing here?
So here we're showing 3:21 p.m. through 3:40 p.m. So starting at 3:21, there's we're on sector 3 here of tower 164009, which faces to the west. So we're there from 3:21 to 3:24 p.m. Then moving over to the other tower that faces towards Hembry Street, that phone is using that tower with data records between 3:24 and 3:40 p.m. So that activity would be consistent with being in the area of Hembry Street during that time.
And the next slide.
The next slide is showing the activity between 3:33 and 3:41. And so starting at 3:33, the phone, again, 3:33 to 3:40 is using sector 1 on that tower that faces towards Hembry Street. Then after 3:40, so starting at 3:41, it uses tower 164481, which is the one to the bottom left. And then it bounces back to sector 3 on 169067. And then ending at 3:41:44 on that tower to the bottom left-hand side. So it's moved away now. That's consistent with moving away from Hembry Street at this time.
So the phone is active and it's moving.
Yes, sir.
And the next slide.
So showing 3:41 to 3:52. So 3:41 starting kind of close to downtown. 3:49 moving kind of to the northeast. And then 3:52 on that top tower facing to the west. So the phone's on and it appears to be moving during that time.
Next slide.
Next slide is showing 3:52 to 4:34 p.m. So we have 3:52. Again, the phone is using tower 164043, which faces to the west. Then 4:03, it uses the tower and sector closer to Hembry Street. 4:07 and 4:10, it uses that tower along 40, kind of facing to the west. And then finally at 4:34, there's a data session hitting up on that top tower to the northeast, the same tower that was being used by the blue phone at by the black phone at 4:20.
So that shows that the phone was active and the phone is moving.
Yes, sir.
Next. Is that it? Based upon the analysis that you did on each phone and the geographical reference and time reference, were you able to make any determinations as to whether or not each phone was following a similar pattern geographically and in relationship to time, generally the same time period?
Yeah, so both phones were in the area, or were using towers consistent with being in the area of Hembry Street during the time of the incident. After that, they both kind of move to the northeast for a while, and then they both wind up all the way, they moved to the northwest for a little while, and then they both wind up all the way in the northeast tower between 4:20 and 4:34.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination, who'd like to go first? Ms. Mathis?
Good afternoon, Angel.
Good
How are you?
afternoon, ma'am. I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. My name's Ashley Mathis, and I represent DeAndre Davis.
Okay.
So I want to go sort of back to the beginning. So when we're talking about the analysis of these, I'm going to call them call detail records. Hopefully that's the appropriate term.
That's fine.
Okay. So when we're talking about call detail records, you'll agree that these historical records that you obtain in these cases are maintained by the cell phone providers, correct?
Absolutely. That's where we obtain the records from, is the provider.
And those are actually used by the providers for taking care of the towers and ensuring coverage, things like that, correct?
They're used, number one, for billing purposes, and then second, to evaluate their own network. That's correct.
Sure. And so they're not actually, they're not created for the purposes of law enforcement. Law enforcement just obtains them and interprets them, correct?
We obtain them, we interpret them, and then, of course, we receive training from the carriers on how to interpret the records.
Based on how the towers work.
Correct.
And how they're configured.
Yes, ma'am.
And the coverage area in the general location.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's going to vary based on the city that you're in, correct?
It could vary based on the city. It could vary based on the topography of the area, whether you're in the city, whether you're in the suburban areas, or whether you're in a rural area. In the city, the towers are going to be much closer together. In a suburban area, a little further apart. In a rural area, they might be 6, 10, 8 miles from each other.
Sure. And on that same vein, when we're looking at your report that you prepared, we've got actual pinpoints all over those maps that those are going to indicate cell towers, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Every one of those blue dots represents an AT&T cell tower.
And so in areas where there are more towers, there's going to be some overlap, correct?
There's always going to be some overlap, even where there's more towers or less towers. That's how we seamlessly go from tower to tower without dropping the call.
Right. And so you would agree that you can use these records to interpret a general area, I think is what you said, of coverage, correct?
That's correct. I can't tell you that the phone was on a specific corner when just looking at the cell phone records. I can't tell you they're on that corner. I couldn't tell you they're on the steps of this courthouse. What I can tell you is they're using the tower on top of this courthouse. That tower faces south, and therefore the phone has to be somewhere to the south of this courthouse between this tower and the next one south.
And so the factors that are going to be used by you in sort of determining the area are going to include how many towers are in the area.
Correct.
The topography of the area, as you said.
Of course.
Potentially like the weather can affect it.
The weather, unless the tower gets hit by lightning, the weather really doesn't affect it.
And the amount of traffic on that tower.
The traffic can slightly affect it, but it's not something that, I mean, the records I'm looking at, I know that that tower was working because it generated a record.
Right. And so explain again the difference. You said that data may not be a data connection record versus a call record might not necessarily be based as much on, explain that part again about,
Yes.
about data versus voice.
So a call record is the phone searching, it's going to choose the tower with the best signal. The data record is not always going to use the tower with the best signal. It's just going to use one at an acceptable coverage level. But in this case, it seems that the data records and call records frequently use the same towers.
Okay, so that could mean just maybe a tower that has different equipment versus necessarily being closest in proximity? Like it has better data equipment versus voice equipment?
No, ma'am. I mean, they all have data and voice equipment, so I wouldn't be able to make a judgment call based upon what equipment is on the tower because they all have the same type of equipment on all the towers.
Okay, so when you're talking about the general area of coverage, you said that that is going to differ based on all of these factors, but you would agree that that actually can span out pretty far from a cell tower in these instances.
I mean, how far is pretty far?
Well, you tell me how far is pretty far. Would you say maybe up to a mile in the direction that it's pointing?
I mean, each one of these towers are about, the towers that are close to Hembry Street, they're about a mile and a half apart. In a perfect world, that phone shouldn't be any further than a half a mile or so from that tower.
Sure, so half a mile would get us anywhere 2,500, 3,000 feet, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if I could have the projector, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
So I just want to go over a few. You said that you drove actually through the area this morning, correct?
I did, yes,
So
ma'am.
are you familiar with that area of town?
Slightly. I've been here a
Slightly.
few times. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now you said you drove down, oh, I might need to plug that in. So you said that you drove, tell us again where you drove this morning.
I drove down 40. I got off on, I believe it was Cherry, and then I drove south on Cherry towards Hembry Street, and then I turned around and went back up Cherry, crossed over 40, and went up towards Vine Street, and then came back over and jumped back on 40 and came here today.
Okay, so are you generally aware of the area of the school?
Yeah.
So we're located off of Hembry Street, and then you're aware that sort of the locations of issue are Tarleton Avenue as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're just adjacent here to Martin Luther King Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And then we've also got Magnolia running just very close by.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you can see that actually on your map as well. It's just a little further zoomed out, right?
I can see that,
So
yes,
this
ma'am.
yellow line here is going to be Magnolia,
Yes.
and then over here we're going to have MLK running, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree that there's quite a bit on these streets. These are large streets, correct?
Yeah, so I noticed this morning on Magnolia, there's quite a few businesses on Magnolia going back towards Cherry. And then there's, obviously, it's a neighborhood, so there's houses in that area surrounding the school.
Sure. And so even on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and Tarleton, you actually would note that there are some shops, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a trading post.
Yep.
There's a coffee shop.
Yes, ma'am.
We also have some gas stations.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you would agree that there are a number of restaurants all in this area as well?
There is.
And so you're aware that these records that you're examining are on a Friday afternoon, correct?
I did not know the date of the week. But,
Sure.
If
No, it's February 12th.
If you tell me that it was a Friday afternoon, I will trust your judgment. I trust that you looked that up.
Sure. And so when we're looking at these coverage areas here, you said that we can assume we're within a mile-ish of this tower would be a fair assumption.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I were to tell you that any of these businesses are going to be within 1,000 feet, say,
I would agree with that. Again,
These records would indicate that that could be consistent with someone being at any of these locations as well.
again, just looking at these records, I can't tell you specifically where that phone was. I can only tell you the general area, so I would agree that those businesses could be within the coverage area of those towers.
Sure. And then we've also talked about the fact that a handoff or a tower change could be based on movement, or it could just be based on connection.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on when the phone is. If somebody moves, so if you move from one side to the other, from one part of town to the other, it could generate a tower change. However, you could be between two towers and be in a spot where you're seeing both at about the same strength, and you'll bounce back and forth. So sometimes we'll see that. That's why I wasn't committing a lot of times to movement, because due to the timing of things, the phone could be stationary.
There's just no way to tell,
I mean,
based on these records.
when I'm looking at the records, that's a judgment call I'm making. There are ways to tell when we have different situations with the records where they're stationary for 2 hours or so, and you'll see them bouncing back and forth between those two towers. Pretty good idea that the phone's between them.
Sure. And so you would agree that for this phone number, you only have the historical CDR records that you relied on in your report,
That's correct.
and that you would also agree that we have at least, give or take a mile radius as to any of these, as to where these could be.
Yes, ma'am.
So they could be consistent, again, with Arby's, McDonald's.
Again,
Rock
it
and
could be
Roll.
at any of the businesses along Magnolia.
Sure. In fact, I have just a moment.
Yes.
I don't think I have anything else.
Mr. Robinette, cross-examination, sir.
I can take this down, Your Honor.
Agent Wow, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you. My name is Roy Robin. I represent Mr. Rashawn Jordan.
Okay.
You say that you collected AT&T records and data for 2 phones, is that correct?
Yes.
You also collected subscriber information too, is that right?
Yes, sir.
If I provide you with a copy of the subscriber information, will you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Agent Wow, can you review this record? Do you know what this record is?
I do. This is the subscriber information for telephone number 865-403-9873.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the record that you received?
It is.
Now, at this time, if it's not being determined, is it elected to the same?
Any objection to that? Any objection, Ms. Matz?
No.
So what number we are on, Ms. Andrews?
396.
396.
Can I publish this video?
Yeah, you just let me know when you're ready.
Agent Wall, can you tell me what is an IMSI number?
Yeah, so the IMSI number, it's an International Mobile Subscriber Identity Number. It's the number associated with the SIM card, so that's the little chip that goes in your phone. That's actually the number the carrier identifies your phone as.
So that number identifies the number, correct? The phone number, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that number is 865-403-9873, is that correct?
Well, the phone number is, yes, sir. The MZ is different.
Yes. And that number belongs to a Brian Norbert, is that correct?
Well, that's who the subscriber information for is on that phone, yes, sir.
So that's correct, right?
I mean, that's who the subscriber is. It doesn't tell me who is holding the phone that day.
Well, I'm asking, that number is assigned to this individual right here, Brian Norbert?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Norbert has been a member of AT&T since, it's right here, January 27, 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you stated that you received training in the CAST report, is that correct?
In the CAST report?
Yes.
I generate the CAST report, sir.
You generate the CAST report?
Yes, sir.
Do you receive any training by the AT&T, the service provider?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do they train you on how to locate cell sites?
They tell us, I mean, how to locate the cell site is by looking the cell site up in the database and figuring out where it is. So the latitude, using the latitude and longitude.
Okay, for this case, did you ever consult with AT&T about your work and plot it out for this case?
I consulted with AT&T on a question about the tower list in this case.
Well, I'm asking, did you consult them with this case?
That's what he said.
Oh, so I'm sorry, I misheard you. So you did consult with them?
I consulted with somebody from AT&T because there was a question about the tower list and where the tower list originated from in this case.
Okay. So did you obtain the cell site listing from them?
I obtained it from a database that they provide to, on a monthly basis, they provide that information to the government, so we don't have to bother them every single time we have a case and obtain that information.
So you obtained that from your government site, but you didn't obtain from them directly, correct?
Well, the government site obtains it directly from AT&T, and therefore I obtained it from the government site, and so therefore I obtained it directly from AT&T through the government site.
Okay, did you also obtain the best server map in this case?
No, sir, we don't have access to that.
Okay, but did you obtain the total coverage map in this case?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Did you also obtain, did you obtain the total coverage map in this case?
I don't know what a total coverage map is, sir.
Show the area of coverage for those specific towers.
I don't know where I would get that. I've been doing this for, 7 years, or 7 years. I've never seen something like that.
Okay, but you saying that there is a best server map, correct?
I don't know if there's a best server map, sir. That's something that the engineers in AT&T deal with. I don't even know if they maintain that, and I've never seen it.
So you've never seen it, but you know it exists or not?
I don't know if it exists or not, sir.
But do you know what about it?
I don't know about that map,
Okay.
sir.
So have you ever worked for, as an engineer for the AT&T or any service provider before?
No, I have been in law enforcement for my entire 23-year career.
So you don't know exactly how cell site works or how cell tower works?
Well, I know how it works because I've been trained by the AT&T engineers and the records custodians from AT&T.
You don't have, but you're not trained in how to collect those data.
I know how they collect the data. The phone determines the tower, it seizes the best signal. That data then is collected through the network and then recorded in these records, which then I interpret and use in these cases.
Okay, but you're not an engineer, correct?
I am not an engineer, yes, sir.
Okay. And you never work as an engineer for an AT&T or any service provider?
No, sir. I've been in law enforcement my entire career, and I've been doing cell site analysis almost full-time for the past 7 years, and I've done thousands of these types of cases.
So you stated that your work is based on approximation, correct?
Approximation?
Right here, approximate location.
Again, it illustrates my work illustrates an approximate or general location as to where the phone could be at the time that those interactions occurred.
Now, you also discuss cell towers and antennas. Would you agree with me that there are several different types of cell towers?
Absolutely.
Okay, now there are macro cell tower, correct?
Yes, sir. Every tower in this case was a macro cell tower.
And that macro tower can cover an area between 4 to 20 miles. Is that fair to say?
Well, in Knoxville, it's not going to cover 20 miles. I would say in the desert out west, it could cover 20 miles. But here in Knoxville, these towers are approximately a mile to 3 to 4 miles apart, so they're not going to cover 20 miles.
So based on your analysis for Knoxville, you said between a mile to 3 to 4 miles.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second part of that.
Okay, sorry. From your analysis, based on the towers in Knoxville, you're saying it's between a mile to 3 to 4 miles?
Yes, sir. So like the towers there close by, actually, if I can refer to my notes, I can tell you how far apart they are. The towers close by to Hembry Street are about a mile, probably about a mile or so apart. And then that one that's a little further out, let me see here. Yeah, so they're about a mile to 2 miles apart, and then that one that's further out is a little bit further.
Okay. And did you analyze the towers here in Knox County, the one that you specifically mapped out?
I mean, I looked at the records that I received, and then I compared that to what's on the tower list, and that's what I mapped. I'm not sure what you mean by analyze.
What did you analyze? What kind of antennas they have for the tower that you analyzed?
No, I looked at the antennas. I looked at the towers that were being used, and I know that they're macro towers. And so from my experience, I can make a judgment as to approximately how far those towers could reach.
Well, do you know what kind of antennas do they use?
I don't know that off the top of my head, sir.
Okay. And now we talk about antennas. In this case, you say there are 3 different antennas that cover 360 degrees. Is that correct?
Well, there's 3 sectors, and those sectors combined cover 360 degrees. Now, how that's broken up, most of the time, is broken up into 3 sides.
Okay. And the antenna, they have tilts when it is placed on the tower, correct?
There could be some tilt on the antenna, either usually down tilt, because the antenna is located above where most of us spend most of our time on the ground, and therefore the coverage has to be projected towards the ground. Yes, sir.
The tilt controls the signal, is that correct?
I don't understand what you mean controls the signal.
It control how far it broadcasts the signals.
It can control how far it broadcasts, but still, we have, even if it's tilted, we still have another tower. I'm making the judgment based on the distance to the next tower. So even if it's slightly down tilted, I'm still making that judgment based upon where the next tower is located.
So my question, if it tilt lower, so the area coverage is shorter, correct?
Yes, sir. Like if I were to stand up here and shine a flashlight straight out towards the back of the room, or stand up here and shine it right behind the prosecutor's table, that down tilt would impact the coverage area.
And in this case, you don't know the tilt of the towers you analyzed, correct?
No, sir, I did not. I didn't factor that into my analysis, again, because I'm focusing on where that tower is located and where that next tower is located in that same direction.
So we did talk about connectivity. So the call detail records, that is basically a recordation of when someone make a phone call, correct?
Well, the call detail records include somebody making a phone call, somebody making or receiving a text message, and then the data records. So it's a record of all the data transactions going on, whether the user of the phone is actually doing something with the phone or whether it's in their pocket. There's still data transactions going back and forth.
And the tower that serviced that call is the one that is recorded down, correct?
Yes, sir.
But in a situation, if you have 2 towers, the person could have make the phone call, it connects to this tower, but the mobile switching center assigned this tower has the service tower, correct? And this tower will be the one that will be recorded down, am I right?
I don't understand your question, sir.
Well, if the individual is right here and they have the strong signals, the best signal, they make the phone call and the phone connects to this tower, but the call will be routed to the mobile switching center, is that correct?
Okay, so
if you make a phone call,
yeah,
your phone call is connected to a tower, correct?
it is.
And that signal was sent to a service provider, the mobile switching center, is that correct?
Yes, the call will go through a mobile switching center. Yes,
And
sir.
that mobile switching center will assign the tower that it will service that call, correct?
No, the phone determines which tower services that call. That decision's already made before the call is made.
So you're saying that if it connects here, this tower cannot service the call?
What I'm saying is if it connects initially to that tower, if that phone determines that that tower is the best signal, that's the first tower that's going to be recorded on the records. Now, after that call is made, if that phone moves, or let's say maybe rare chance that tower gets overloaded, the network, if you're within the range of the second tower and at an acceptable level, the network can then move you over to there. The interesting thing about AT&T is they will record all those handovers. So as the phone is being moved around, you can actually see that going on. I think up to 25 separate handovers. That's why you'll see a lot in this report. You'll see a time, and you'll see start next to it, and then you'll see HO, that's handover, and then you'll see end, and that's the tower that the call was, that the phone identified as the network, the tower it was on when it ended the call or ended the session.
Is it possible, sorry, is it possible that if a cell phone connected two towers at once? Is that possible?
I don't think it could be, I mean, on a voice call or in a data call.
Well, let's start with the voice call.
Yeah, in a voice call, I don't believe it could connect. It can see that there's other towers out there. It can measure the signal from those other towers, so it can be connected to one and then measuring the signal from the other, but I don't believe it can be connected to two at the same time.
What about with data?
With data, you can have overlapping handovers. So if you started a data session now, and then you started one in 30 seconds, and depending on where that phone was, it can have overlapping handovers. So it could be potentially on two towers at the same time.
So it's possible for data, correct?
It's possible for data.
Now, you pointed out over here that for the number that belonged to Brian Norbert, this ping right here, you saying that the phone was at that location, correct, within this gray area?
Yeah, so that's not a ping, it's a recorded record of the location of where the phone was that was recorded by the phone. And so that latitude and longitude, it was recorded by the phone, either from GPS signaling or from measurements from Wi-Fi signals in the area. And that is where the phone, where I'd expect to find the phone within that gray area.
Now within the red ping right here, the accuracy is 65 meters, that's about 214 feet, is that correct? It can be located within anywhere around that gray area. I think you can look at the screen too.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay, but you also testified it could be outside that 65
It could be,
meters or 214.
it could be slightly outside of that. When I said that, I didn't mean it could be, again, up on Magnolia Avenue. I wouldn't expect to see these in succession the way they are if the phone was somewhere else.
So the phone could be in any directions, correct?
The phone could be in any direction from that pin. Yes, sir.
So based on your analysis of the cell phone records, you determined it's going to be around this general area. Is that correct?
In reference to only the cell phone records?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Dillon.
Is subscriber identification information in any way relevant to your analysis as to the path that these phones took?
Not at all. I could tell 150 stories about times when subscriber information did not match the person who was found holding the phone or believed to be holding the phone. So I really, other than knowing the address for my own use, and so I have a general idea of where that address is, it has no relevance in what I do on a daily basis.
And the purpose of this report is to be able to trace and track the movement of these two phones during the time period that's relevant to this particular proceeding.
That's correct.
And that's what you've accomplished.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mathis.
Nothing.
Ms. Robinette.
One question. So when you just testified, will you agree with me that the phone that is located there, you don't know the individual that hold that phone, correct?
I've said that already.
Okay.
At least twice. Yes, sir.
So that's correct.
I have no idea whose hand that phone was in at the time. I was not there. And other than my limited involvement of this case, I don't know whose hand that phone was in at the time.
That's all.
Gentlemen. Ms. Mathis. Thanks, Special Agent.
Thank
Have
you,
a
sir.
good trip home.
Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies. I was going to recess. Sometimes I forget who's in charge of this court.
Judge Tartar, sit down.
Let's take a recess, folks. Again, don't discuss this case by yourselves. You can leave notebooks and chairs, go up to the officers. I'll see you in a few minutes. Gonna finish today, or?
So, we anticipate we have 2 witnesses left. Shannon Morris, I will tell you, Your Honor, I believe is going to be very long.
Yeah.
Dr. Rollins, I don't know is going to be that long, but I was planning on calling him last. And we do have the issue about the autopsy photos.
Do you think we could do Morris today and then the doc in the morning?
I mean, we can.
Is that okay?
Try. Sure.
Let's just finish with Morris today, and then we'll do the ME tomorrow, and that'll let us do the autopsy photo review prior to the jury coming in the morning.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's take a 10-minute recess.
The ID only stuff?
I'm sorry.
Where you going? Come on, guys.
We know they need to look at them. Can't look at them. We look at them. Right.
He just said that that's what we talked about my cross.
It didn't come across like they switch when they're busy. It just came across that they can hand off and make the switch. Yeah, so. You know, what he may get blue flus. It's just fine. I'll tell you what I do. It's just there's no issues. Let's do it. Also,
Should be a national holiday today. It's opening day.
Oh, you're right, you're absolutely right.
Should be a national holiday.
I would agree with that.
Should be working right now.
that. That's later.
Good. That's my decision.
I don't know what's going on here.
Hey, Kevin. Kevin.
I apologize.
How you want to do it?
No, we'll do 3 out. Yeah, thanks, Patrice. All right, what's our issue, folks?
I apologize, Judge. We were just running through some preliminary exhibits that are going to come in through this witness. We were just going to go ahead and raise our objections to these, just make it go a little
Okay.
faster when the jury's
Okay.
in. So we had talked about a lot of the images on the phone pre-trial. There are just a couple that we hadn't hit on, so I flagged those for the general.
So it's 4, right?
I think it was, let's see, this one. We'll raise 4. I can't remember if we addressed this one or not. I think we might have Oliver Turner. So just some ones that we hadn't previously addressed. So these are going to be images depicting Mr. Freeman, or what appears to be Mr. Freeman. I don't know that they've been identified, but one's referring to a candlelight vigil. I just think that that's going to evoke emotion. I don't think that it's appropriate. I don't think it adds anything to the case. They've already got that photograph in, I think, in a prior exhibit there without the text on it. So I would object to that under 403. And then I would also just object to the ones that are, they're Facebook download. So, I mean, I don't know that we'll see what the witness is able to testify about how those got to the phone, if they're saved or if they're just sent. But I would just object to all of those as 401, 403 for this witness.
Very well.
We think
the court has looked at these images and some similar to those. I do believe that there is some relevance because of the location and where they're found. That they're found. I anticipate you're going to hear testimony that they were found on one or more of the defendant's phones, and the text message on the one about the candlelight vigil, I think, is also relevant, and the probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of prejudice, because it shows that this is certainly an acknowledgement that Mr. Freeman was killed. And there may be completely innocent reasons for these images to be on somebody's phone, but it may also show a consciousness of guilt or consciousness of involvement in Mr. Freeman's life. So, over defense objection, we'll let the state keep those in there. All right, now we ready?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Ronnie. Everybody may be seated. Is the state waiting the college jury?
State ways, Your Honor.
Ms. Patton, waive the college jury. Ms. Robinette, waive the college. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for that break. We're ready for our next witness. Janelle, please come next witness.
Shane Morris.
Can you please come forward, Officer Morris? Just right up here next to me. You please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give in the case now in trial be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat, ma'am.
Please tell us your name.
Shannon Morris,
Where are you employed?
Knoxville Police Department.
How long have you been employed there?
Be 13 years in June.
What do you do at the Knoxville Police Department?
Digital forensics. I'm assigned to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
What is digital forensics?
Takes apart the information that's stored on computers, tablets, smart watches, cars, pretty much any kind of digital MP3 players. You can pretty much get digital evidence off of anything that's got a chip.
How long have you been working in digital forensics?
It'd be 13 years.
Have you had any training that allows you to hold this position?
Yes, ma'am. I've got a master's in administration of justice, but I have almost 1,200 hours of individualized training just for digital, for mobile, computer, and digital forensics.
So is the training different for computers versus phones versus laptops?
Yeah, it's a different, you can get certified in mobile forensics, which includes anything that's mobile. And then you have vehicle forensics, and then you have computer forensics, which is your laptops, your computers, and then you even have what they call a specialized chip off, where you actually remove the board, take off the chip, and read the data that way.
And so during your employment with the Knoxville Police Department, have you had any certification in any of these areas?
All four. I've got Cellbrite training, which is a mobile. I've got XRY, which is a mobile. I have Magnet Axiom, which is mobile and computer, and now is getting into the vehicle field. I've got Burla training, which is the vehicle forensics. I have Teal, which is a specialized chip-off training. I've got Belkasoft, which is a mobile and computer software that I've got a certification in. And there's probably more.
So let's back up. You said you had, let's talk about the mobile device. What's the name of that again?
I have Cellbrite, is a mobile tool that we use, XRY, Belkasoft, and Axiom. Magnet Axiom does mobile devices.
So Cellbrite, if you don't mind, can you spell Cellbrite for us?
Celllebrite.
And what is Cellbrite?
It's a specialized software tool developed mainly for mobile devices. It's the industry standard at this point. Everybody's competing to be Cellbrite. They've broken into the market of, password cracking and stuff like that on phones.
And you're certified on that?
Yes.
What's Axiom?
It's another software tool that's developed mainly for computers. They have ventured into the mobile world now, and same difference. They will extract the data, and then they parse the information and put it in a format where you can read it and understand it, other than just the ones and zeros.
Just for our records, how do you spell that? How do you spell it?
Axiom. Oh, it's Magnet, Magnet. Axiom, Axiom.
And you're certified in that?
Yes.
And what's the other program?
We used, I don't think we did use XRY. That's the two main ones that I've used. And Burla, the IV software is developed, and Burla is the company that runs that software, which is the infotainment centers and the hard drives from vehicles.
And for the record, can you spell Burla?
Berla.
And what is Burla?
It's a company, and they were the ones that developed, it's an IV software, IVE is the software, and they have developed software like printed boards that you attach to these devices to make the devices feel like they're in the vehicle, and from that point you can extract the data off onto a computer.
And so in working with the Knoxville Police Department in these, I guess with the mobile device examination, the infotainment device examination, is that right?
Yes.
And then did you also say you've got some type of computer device?
Yeah, computer forensics where you remove the hard drive to get the same data that way. That's through IASIS. It was like an international certification that I got back in 11. So,
2011?
yeah.
And so in digital forensics, once you do this examination, you prepare an extraction report?
Yes.
And have you done that in the past?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
For mobile devices?
Yes.
For computers?
Yes.
Infotainment systems?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you testified in court in the past?
Yes.
Have you been accepted as an expert in digital forensics?
I have.
At this time, we will offer Shannon Morris as an expert in digital forensics.
Any objection?
Maybe approach you.
Sure.
CellHawk is actually a call detail record software that it's browser-based, so you connect to it and you load your AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, you load all that information into that, and it can either plot the data, or it can, if it gives you like the NELOS, which is the actual device, where the device is at, it'll put all that on a map for you.
And so this CellHawk program, is this a program that you use?
Yes, yeah, we subscribe to it, and I'm certified in it also.
So that's another certification?
Yeah.
And so in this case, did you use CellHawk as well?
Yes, I'm sorry.
We would offer Shannon Morris as an expert in digital forensics.
Any objection? Very well. So is it Investigator Morris?
No, I'm a
No.
civilian, yes, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Morris is now deemed, for the purposes of this trial, an expert in the area of digital forensics. Again, that allows her to render her opinion within her area of expertise. But just because she renders her opinion does not mean that you're bound to accept it. It's your job to judge the weight and credibility to be given to her testimony. But she is an expert. She can give her opinion.
Christy, I apologize. What's her next name?
397.
I'm trying to think of the best way to do this presentation. You have prepared an extraction report in this case, meaning an extraction report for 2 different cell phones?
Yes, ma'am.
And for 2 infotainment systems?
Yes.
So let me first approach and ask if you recognize Exhibit 383. What is Exhibit, you recognize Exhibit 383?
Yeah, it's the radio infotainment center out of a 2014 Ford Fusion.
Okay. And do you recognize this as being one of the infotainment systems that you examined?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury how you go about examining and how you went about examining this infotainment system?
Okay, they have Burla has a guide, and it walks you step by step how to remove the device from the car. Once you get the device back to the office, this one had it's got a printed circuit board. You attach what they call a DIB, which is an attachment to make it fire it makes it the ability to think that the car is running. So the infotainment center thinks it's in the car and it's running. So at that point, you connect it through that DIB, through your computer, and it extracts all of that data from that infotainment center. Not all of it's readable. I mean, they don't parse all of it, but quite a bit of, especially the GPS, Bluetooth connections, any kind of mobile, if you put music on.
Now, from that infotainment extraction, were you able to determine the name of that car?
Yeah, it was referred to as SYNC, C or SYNC.
So unless someone changes that name, anytime a mobile device connects up to that car, what will be shown?
Well, if you've got your Bluetooth on and you get in the vehicle, it'll pop up and say that the sync wants to pair with your phone or your watch, whatever you've got that's in Bluetooth.
And will that infotainment system also maintain that information?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's for the fusion.
Yes.
Let me approach and show you Exhibit 384. Ask you to recognize Exhibit 384.
Yes, that's the unit that came out of the Nissan Altima. I think it's a 2020 blue Nissan Altima.
And same question, did you examine this infotainment system out of the blue Altima?
Okay, on this one, I removed the device. Same, they bring the breakdown, but it is an unsupported device at this time. So I took out the infotainment center and I had to send it off to TBI. I was not certified at the time to do a chip off. So the chip was removed. The chip was then sent to Burla. Burla extracted the information and sent me back the IV tool, the software that they put all the information on.
And were you able to examine that information?
Yes,
And so, were you able to determine whether or not that report gave the name of the, whatever the Nissan Altima would be called if it were to connect to a Bluetooth device?
yeah, it said it was my Altima.
And so anytime a Bluetooth device hooks up to my Altima, to that blue Altima, it's going to show what?
My Altima,
Unless someone changes the name.
yes.
And so does this show you exhibit 204? Do you recognize this vehicle?
I do, it's the Altima,
That you got
the infotainment center from.
and this exhibit 285?
The Ford Fusion, the 2014 Ford Fusion, that the infotainment center came from, the sync.
Showing you exhibit 372. Do you recognize exhibit 372?
Yes, it's the iPhone 11 that belonged to Rayshawn Jordan.
Now, did you conduct an examination of exhibit 372?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we begin, is that going to be phone number 865? Were you able to determine the phone number for that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
865-403-9873?
73, yes.
That's going to be the phone number for that exhibit.
Yes, the iPhone 11, yes.
Now, showing you exhibit 397. Do you recognize exhibit 397?
Yes, it's a screenshot from the software that examined the phone.
Is that Mr. Jordan's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, looking there at the screen, can you walk us through what is shown here on the screen? What type of information can you get from a cell phone?
It varies. On this one, we got the MAC address, which is going to be the, more or less an address of that device, so you know which one you're hooking up to.
we talk about these extractions, how much information are we talking about?
Depending on the size of the phone, it could be, I mean, I've had them as big as like 2 million artifacts.
And so what about this phone here, the phone that,
I think this was Rachel, and I think it had like 800 and 700, or 870 some odd thousand artifacts that it pulled.
what are artifacts?
It just little bits of data that it was able to read and put into the format for you to look through.
And so that 870 some thousand
Yes.
artifacts, we're not gonna go through all those.
Oh, no, I haven't gone through all of those.
And so there are certain ones we're just gonna pull out and talk about.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that okay? And, so, look, I first want to just talk about what we're looking at here on the side. Explain to us the layout of this, right here, this screen.
Okay, on the left, you've got the list of certain artifacts in this screenshot that it pulls. You see it'll pull any connected devices. Operating system is going to be the file system that is actually, you know, all this information came from the phone. So anything that the phone holds, it's going to have some type of location on the operating system. Application usage, same thing. Every app that's put on there has their own, what they call sandbox usage, which it runs within that, and it'll register that on the phone. You know, documents, anytime you download an app, you'll probably get a PDF for that app in maybe 20 different languages. Most likely that's going to be on there if you don't know to delete it. Email and calendar is just that. Any digital forensics, it's very scarce how much you get on email. It's just not one of those artifacts that you can get a lot of. Media is going to be pictures, images, social networking, just like I said, you know, any type of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any of the, actually pretty much all the major social networking they're able to grab those at this time. And that's just the screenshot that it's shown. There's others, there's call logs, there's text messages, you know, there's location data. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that, depending on if it sees it, it'll populate that artifact.
And there are some things that we pulled out that we want to present as evidence.
Yes.
There's a whole bunch of other stuff that we're just
Oh, yeah.
not going to.
Yeah.
All right, so let's look here. Tell us about the Bluetooth devices. What is that?
Okay, that's what that phone had connected with at some point to Bluetooth. It can be, you can see there's a watch, or not a watch, a speaker. There are 2 cars, well actually 3 cars. The Chevrolet Cruze is a vehicle. And TVs, anything that your Bluetooth syncs with, it'll make a record on here.
And so what I've highlighted here, my ultimate, this is going to be that exhibit number.
This one?
Yes.
397.
397. What can you tell us about the connection to my ultimate?
Okay, the MAC address for the Ultima is the 5816 D7 3C 4F95. Anytime anybody, even if you went in there and changed my Ultima, that's never going to change. That's going to be the address for that infotainment center until it's destroyed. It gives you the name. You can change that on the car if you choose. The last seen date is going to be the last time that your phone, this iPhone 11, connected to this My Ultima, which shows here 2/12 of 2021 at 15:41:39, which is local time. In the bottom right-hand corner, the time zone set to UTC -5. And so that's giving us the time in local time. Then it tells you what kind of device it is. It's audio-visual. The class is going to be a hands-free device. You see the speaker has a wearable headset device. And then it breaks it down on the right-hand side and just gives you the source of like where in that file system all this information came from.
And so 1541, is that 3:41 p.m.?
Yes.
So 3:41 p.m. on February 12, 2021, Rashawn Jordan's phone was last seen by my Ultima.
Yes.
Folks, I just point out to you,
Ms. Fitzgerald says it's Rashawn Jordan's phone. Mr. Jordan may contest that it's his phone, right? So what we know from these records is that this particular phone,
Yeah, the iPhone 11 connected.
Okay, so iPhone 11, teal, iPhone 11, with what phone number again?
I think 9873 is the last four.
Last connected with the My Altima at 3:41 PM on February 12, 2000.
21.
Now, what about Apple Health Steps? What can you tell us about that?
It's the new craze. Everybody wants to keep up with their steps. Your phone will do it. You don't have to have any other device. As long as your phone is moving, it'll register your steps, running, up and down steps, riding your bike. Any kind of exercise, you can get it to follow what you're doing.
And so even though it says Apple Health Steps, does it mean that it's calculating steps?
Yeah, on this one, it means it's calculating actually like how many steps you're taking.
And so this highlighted line here at 3:41:55, what does it tell you?
It says there were 61 steps taken with this phone. Somebody had this phone taking 61 steps, which was a duration of like a minute or a second, 1.66 seconds.
And that was on February 12, 2021.
Yes, at 3:41:55 local time.
That's going to be 398. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'd like to move into evidence exhibit 397 and 398.
over a previous objection, will be admitted as 397, 398.
So, what is cache locations?
Okay, that is a new, I guess, artifact that has become available on the newer iPhones. It is cache, meaning a temporary file, which means it just holds it onto your phone for quicker access. And in this case, it'll follow where you're located. It'll pick up your GPS status, whether you want it to or not.
And so, Mr. Robinette, so this is going to be. This is going to be the. And so, in this case, were you able to get the cache location
Yes, from the iPhone 11.
from the iPhone 11? Now, in getting the cache location, what did you then do with the cache location?
That's when I put it into the CellHawk tool, and it gives you GPS coordinates, the lat long, the time, and then it maps it for you and lets you see the movement of the phone.
And did you do the cache location for what time period?
3 o'clock to 4:15, 3 p.m. on the 12th through 4:15 on the 12th.
So, and that you provided us with a short movie, like a minute and a half, or something like that.
Yeah, it just shows the movement around, yes.
We'd like to move this in as Exhibit 399
Over a prior objection, will be clear of that.
and just play that for the jury.
Sure.
Okay, I'm ready. What are we looking at here?
That is a screenshot of the CellHawk tool, the map that it provides. You'll see it's similar to Google Maps.
And so this is Austin East here,
Yes, ma'am.
and this is Todd Walker Park,
Yeah, the ball fields.
Junkwood. And
It's actually the time that the device was hitting at that location.
And this is the time over here?
Yes, ma'am.
Ready?
And so, thank you. Can you mute it again for a second? And so what did the mapping there tell us about the cache locations for that phone?
It just shows you on the map where that phone's movement at that time.
Thank you.
Oh, we have the lights back on.
That's me, $3.99, and I'm ready for the projector.
Oh, you ready? Yes. Okay, sorry.
That's $3.99. And now, for 400, did you take like a sampling of all of these cache locations for us if you want to look at them?
Yeah, and just compared them to the call detail records with the cell towers and any kind of calls and texts that came through on the phone.
So show me Exhibit 400, are these some of the points that you relied upon in making that movie for us?
Yes, this one, these go all the way out, I think, till 4:15. I think that stops a little before 4 p.m.
Like, move that in as collective 400? We're not seeking to go through all these.
Those are, each page is an individual cache point of where it was at a particular time.
Yeah, and on the iPhone 11, it's got the cell phone tower, plus it'll have a marked, it'll have a, it'll have a marking, the ones that are colored black is the iPhone 11. The ones that are colored purple is from the iPhone XS Max.
Okay, so this isn't necessarily one phone. You put these
They're together, yeah.
Okay,
But it's at the same time,
I got you. It's by the time,
yes.
not by the phone. Okay. Any additional objection on 400? Be 400.
So this is going to be for the,
That's, both phones are there. Yeah, the black is for the iPhone 11. And the iPhone 11 is the one with the cache location. So it's going to have the location of the phone along with the cell tower it hit and any kind of coordinating phone calls or text messages that came through at the same time.
So all of these grays here, is that for the iPhone?
Where's the purple?
I'll take out the purple.
Okay.
So I need to take out the purple.
Yes, anything that's purple is from the other phone.
The grays are for the iPhone 11.
Yes.
And so we're seeking to move in all the grays as exhibit 4 for the iPhone 11.
That's exhibit what, 400?
400.
Any additional objection?
No, you know, original.
Yeah, right.
So just so that Jerry knows what we're talking about, what are we looking at here on the screen?
Okay, you're going to see the triangulated area of the cell phone tower. It's going to be the black with the shading. And it explains to it in the node. It'll show you which node it's hitting on, that cell phone at that point, the lat and long, date and time. And down here at call type, it'll either say data, it'll say text message, or it will say other, and then voice. So depending on what is happening, data most likely, you know, everybody's data is running if you're looking at maps, if you're playing music, anything like that. So the duration of that data transfer was 2 minutes and 1 second. And then, I'm sorry, and then the smaller in the circle, it's going to tell you over here on the bottom, it'll say the iOS cache location. It's going to be the date and time, the lat and long, and you're going to have an accuracy meter on there, which the circle represents. So at this point, that phone is within 29.25 meters of that location.
Now, let me go to 401. What are significant locations?
No, that's going to be locations that your cell phone, mainly an iPhone, will pick up if you have your location data on. And it's going to be, again, it's for convenience factors for the iPhone user, that it's going to pick up where your phone is most of the time. It'll keep that information in your phone, so when you go back to that location, it can plot it accurately. If you decide to ask it to get you somewhere in that area, or any, you know, if you're taking pictures, it could attach your lat and long to that.
If I can approach. If I can approach and show you Exhibit 401. Do you recognize Exhibit 401?
Yes, it was the significant location that was pulled off of the iPhone 11.
Would you like to move into evidence Exhibit 401?
Any additional objection?
No, you don't.
Before we
We can display this to the jury.
ready?
Yes, sir. If I'm good. All right, what are we looking at here?
That green dot there.
Did I do that? I'm sorry.
Probably, but we can get rid of it. There we go.
Okay, this is just going to explain to you what is this significant location is for. People use the park car when you go into like a big, like if you're at a party or something and you park, or a concert and it's away from where you're normal or you're used to, you can click it and it'll mark that car as that's where it's at. So when you get done and you want to try to find your car, you can pull it up on your phone, and it's really, you know, that's used a lot in, you know, those parking garages that get everybody kind of turned around, and it marks it on your phone as a location, so you can find it when you get back to your car, to try to get back to your car.
And what does this highlighted line say?
And it shows that it's a parked car artifact, and the address is 2055 Washington Avenue, Knoxville, in the United States, Tennessee, 37917. And the date that it was created was 2/15 of 2021 at 4:06:45 p.m. And then on the side, it'll actually show you the world map. It'll plot that for you on this software, and then it shows you the Latin law on the details information.
So, the user would have to put this information in the phone?
Yes, on the parked car version of it, yes, it's user initiated.
And so this isn't something that happens automatically?
No, it will track significant locations automatically if it picks up you're in certain areas that you frequent, but the parked car option is user initiated.
401, 402. Yes, sir. Yes, I do. That's fine. So let's talk about recommend exhibit 402 and 403.
I do.
What's exhibit 402?
There were Snapchat memories pulled off of the iPhone 11.
So we'd like to move to the evidence exhibit 402 and 403.
Over objection will be 402 and 403.
So 402, tell us, what are we looking at here?
It's a label that's on the side of a gun, and then it gives you, again, different artifacts. It gives you the create date and time when that actual snap was created, not the picture, but when that snap was created.
And so can you tell us what is Snapchat for those of us that don't have Snapchat?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a social networking application that you can chat on. You can share pictures. It provides those. You see all those silly faces that they put dog ears and tongues and stuff. It's just a fun app. It's really become really popular. You can add videos, take pictures, however you want to use it, and you can message on it.
So how do you know, do we know whether or not this is a picture that was received by this phone, or whether or not this was a picture made by this phone?
Oh, I have no idea on this one.
Okay. What information do you know just from this preview here?
That snap was created on 2/12/2021 at 12:42:26 p.m.
And you know that because of the information there in the columns?
Yes, in the create date and time. And then, of course, it shows you the time zone, which will put it local.
And so that create date column is what tells you that that's when this snap was created?
Yes, from this artifact, the create date and time. Now, your create dates and times can be different from artifact to artifact. On the Snapchat memories, the create date and time is when that snap, which on Snapchat you can create images or videos, and you can set a time frame to them to where they disappear. And so when that snap was created was at 12:42:26 p.m. on the 12th.
403?
Same thing as a Snapchat memory. And this one was actually created on 2/12/2021 at 2:00 p.m.
That's 403. Now, tell us what is the difference between an iOS messages, SMS, and MMS?
Okay, iOS messages are going to be text messages from one iPhone to another iPhone. It goes into the short message, the SMS, when it goes from an iPhone to an Android. The MMS is going to be any kind of media file, a video, a snap, anything like that. If you share it through text, it'll go through as an MMS, anything with motion.
404. You had that? Yeah, if you want to mute that. I'm not gonna have that on. So that one is. Okay, I'm ready. So I'm gonna come back to the chats. What about the pictures? What can you tell us about the pictures?
Most cell phones, I've never extracted a cell phone with less than probably 50,000 images on it. There's going to be, anytime you download anything, anytime you visit a site, it's going to create, again, for the user's convenience, a thumbnail. So when you go back to it, it can populate it quickly. Then you've got your pictures taken through a cell phone that's saved on in its own area on the file system. Then you've got images that you can save from text messages, from any kind of social media, videos, and it actually, under media, it'll also collect audio files.
These are all from Hearsay, all from the Teal iPhone.
I'm glad I fed you pasta for lunch now.
I think we're on a bathroom break.
Yep. Let's take a recess, folks. Don't discuss this case among yourselves. You can leave it up with your chairs, go with the officers. See you in a few minutes.
Do you want me to get down?
Okay, folks, you have a seat. I'm a little confused. Have we not seen all these documents before? So why is this taking so long, folks? I don't understand this. I really don't. I know y'all get to see what they're gonna put out there, but we've litigated this stuff over and over again. So I don't understand why we're looking through each one of these pages once again. I would think that we all know what it is that's getting ready to come up there. Is there any way that we can speed up the process a little bit? I mean, other than the objections we've already gone through, are there additional objections that y'all have to these?
I think we had just one about a message.
So, General, I'm just gonna assume you've already shown all these folks.
Yes.
Now, if there's something that you're trying to bring in that they haven't seen, obviously you need to show it to them first, but we gotta pick up the speed a little bit on this thing, okay? Let's take a 5-minute recess, we'll come back to dinner.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
All right, Joan, go ahead.
All right, 405. Recognize exhibit 405.
I do.
All right, what can you tell us about exhibit 405?
It's a piece of media picture that was found on the iPhone 11. It's got a create date and time of 2/12 of 2021 at 3:58:03. And when it comes to a media device, there's a difference between a create date and then the EXIF create date. This is the create date, which was, this image was created on this phone at 2/12/2021 at 3:58:03.
What do you mean it was created on that phone?
It was saved, it was screenshot, it was put on this device at that time on 2/12.
And the second page, is that the same picture?
It is, and it's got a different file name, and it's either been a screenshot of two different occasions, because a PNG is going to be the file extension that your iPhone uses when you make a screenshot or save something to your phone.
So it's two different times that image has been saved on that phone.
Yeah, 3:58, and then again at 4:41 p.m.
It's going to be exhibit 405. I'd like to move that in as evidence.
Over previous objection before 5.
Let's go to 406. You recognize exhibit 406?
I do.
What is, and is it a series of photos for 406?
Yes.
What can you tell us about 406?
The first picture, you can see that it's got the HEIC, which is only used by the iPhone. It's the special format that an iPhone will put a phone in. And on the second, you'll see what I was talking about with the EXIF data. EXIF data is going to be, it's in the red box, it's going to be what they call data about data. It gives you a more detailed, it can give you the GPS coordinates, what kind of device took it, what kind of, if it's a camera, what the lens model is, the aperture, stuff like that, and then also like the dates and times. And if it's the date and time, the create date on an EXIF data, that means that is when this iPhone 11 took this picture at 21:29:34 on the 12th, and that is going to be UTC time. And if you go above it, you'll see the create date local time is going to be 9:30 or 29:34.
And so that's at 9:24 p.m.
9:20, yes, p.m. local time.
on February 12, 2021.
February 12th, 21, yes.
So all of that is collected. What about that next page?
It's another image. It's got the generic file name. There's no really telling how it was taken, but it was put on this, saved on this phone on 2/12 of 2021 at 9:33:54 local time. And the back page is going to be another HEIC image, which was taken with an iPhone 11. And the create date and time of it is going to be 9:32:15 on 2/12 of 2021 Eastern Daylight Time, our standard local time.
I'd like to move those slides in as collected 406.
I have a previous objection to 406.
Let's go back to let's go to 407 again. What can you tell us about Exhibit 407?
Okay, it's another image. Looks like a screenshot of a Facebook page, and it was saved on this phone. This was created on this phone on 2/13 of 2021 at 8:36:05 p.m. local time.
So even though it's the same picture, it's been saved again.
Yes.
Make that 407.
For objection before so.
About 408.
It was another image that was found, and it was, appears to be the apartments on Washington Avenue, and it was created on this device on 2/14 of 2021 at 5:53:39.
Make that 408.
Any objection to this?
No, yeah.
Before 408.
409.
Yeah, again, it's an image that was saved on this device on 2/15 of 2021 at 11:28:46 a.m.
Now, how do you know it was saved on the device? How do you know it wasn't received or scrolled through on Facebook?
When you passively scroll through anything on Facebook, unless you make some attempt to either read the device or read whatever the post is, it's not going to populate on your phone. The user has to, a passive scroll through your board will not put every picture that you see on your phone.
And so this image was saved on this phone.
It's either a thumbnail or, but it was created on this phone on the 15th.
It's 409.
Previous objection before 409.
About 410.
It's an image that was saved on the device. The date on it is 2/16 of 2021 at 2:36:51 a.m. And it looks to be a picture of the newspaper.
Move exhibit 410 in as evidence.
Previous objection is 410.
About 411.
It's the same, looks to be an image, and it was saved on this device at 9:42:14 a.m. on the 16th of February 2021.
Exhibit 411 in as
That was
evidence.
previous objection before 11.
412.
Okay, this is the JPEG, the image of a video that was on the phone, and it was saved on the device, and you can't see it here, but the save date and time on this device is 2/16 of 2021 at 9:50:22 a.m.
Move that in as exhibit 412.
Previous objection before 12.
413.
Another image saved on the device, created on the device on 2/16 of 2021, 10:24:50 a.m.
Move that in as exhibit
Previous objection before 13.
413. All right, so this device, it also can store videos.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell information about when the videos were created or made or?
Yes, if they don't come through social media, anything you post on the internet anymore will strip all that EXIF data off, so you're not going to be able to get the EXIF information from it. But if it was not sent through, if it's just sent through iOS messages or text messages, a lot of times the EXIF will appear.
What can you tell us about exhibit 414?
And it looks like it's a movie from Snapchat, and it looks like it was truly created on 2/11/2021 at 2:29:34 local time. The create date at the bottom will give you the UTC time.
You said truly created?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
that means that's when, I don't know what device created it, but this video was created at that date and time. It was made at that date and time.
Make that exhibit 414.
Have a previous objection before.
Just 414. Let's go to exhibit 450. I know this is the It starts out dark.
Yeah, it's a video. And again, you've got the create date, the exif create date, when the video was made on 2/12/2021 at 8/11/28. And that coincides with the create date, which means it was saved on the phone on this device on 2/11/2021 at 8/11/28 p.m.
We'd like to move into evidence exhibit 415,
No previous objection before 15.
416.
Okay, this is, it's an image or a video, and sometimes the artifact goes into a different category, like this one is the photos media information, and you'll see that it actually has picked up that it's a Snapchat and the directory of where it's located, and then this create date and time is again when this snap was created, which was 2/15/2021 at 8:44:23 local time.
This is exhibit 416.
No previous objection, I'll do 416.
He just bought a black and he didn't ideal. He didn't ideal. Come to Chevron and get his.
Let's look at 417. What can you tell us about exhibit 417?
Okay, this was a video that was created with this exif date and time. So the video was created on 2/16/2021 at 9:50:16 a.m. And you can see it was saved on this device at the same time.
I'd like to move exhibit 417 into evidence.
No previous objection, I'll do 417.
Right, we are finished with the telephone. Now, take a look at exhibit 371, the white iPhone. Do you recognize exhibit 371?
Has it been resealed?
You need a knife.
Oh, we got it here, yeah. Sorry. Okay, yeah, this is the SX Max. It's an older phone than the 11.
Did you examine that phone?
I did.
And same questions. You prepared a report.
Yes, same process I went through for the other phone.
How much information was in this phone exam?
Yeah, it was less. There was less information in this one. The whole cache location was an addition that came out with the iPhone. I believe it was the 11. It was the first phone that came with that.
And so this phone didn't have the cache location?
No, ma'am.
So we're not going to have a movie showing the movement of this phone?
No.
So this phone is older than the 11?
Yes.
So, let's go to 418. You exhibit 418. What can you tell us about exhibit 418?
Okay, this is just a screenshot of the Bluetooth. This was from the Cellbrite software, so it's laid out a little different. But it shows that on 2/12/2021 at 8:42:08, which is UTC time, so we have to subtract 5 from that. The Bluetooth connected, and you'll see the device name was the Sync, the SYNC. What the identifiers on there?
So, on February 12, 2021, you said UTC time, we got to subtract 5.
Yes.
So at 3:42:08
08.
on February 12, 2021, this white phone connects up to the sync infotainment system out of the Ford Fusion.
Fusion, yes.
I'd like to move this in as Exhibit 418.
Any objection on that?
Is it just this one? No objection.
418, without objection.
Now, can you also find out information about the Apple Health steps?
Yeah, it'll do the same as the 11. It'll keep up with steps, any kind of motion that's moving, where the phone's moving.
Showing you Exhibit 419. You recognize Exhibit 419?
Yes, it's registering 20 steps at 2/12/2021 at 3/41/42.
Move Exhibit 419 in as evidence.
Any objection? 419.
All right, so what about text?
Same thing on the iPhone. The iPhone XS Max, same difference with the iMessages, the SMS, and the MMS.
What can you tell us about Exhibit 20? I'm sorry, Exhibit 20. Exhibit 420.
Okay, yeah, this is a chat message extraction from the Cellbrite extraction. Again, same information, it's just got a different format to the Axiom. And it'll give you where the devices, the stored, the source information, and it'll have the date and time attached.
So, if you can you explain to the jury the layout of this extraction?
Okay, yeah, you'll see the participants on the top. That's going to be just an identifier that the phone creates. Actually, that's going to be your Facebook identifier. Anytime you create a Facebook along with the name, you'll get an individualized number. It'll say, and then in the conversation, the blue is coming to the owner, which is going to be the green, or whoever's started the conversation, or receiving the conversation.
And so in this case, the owner has the Facebook name of Gans VZ.
VZ, yes.
And so the incoming is A, the outgoing is yay.
Yes. And again, that timestamp, you need to do the -5.
And why do you have to do the -5 on the UTC time?
We're in right now, and it's one of those where this was in February, the time changes in March. And so once the time changes in March, we're only 4 hours behind UTC time, which is the time coordinate, their Greenwich Mean Time, and every time zone is based off of it. So being in Eastern Standard and we do the daylight, right now we're at -4. In February, we were at -5.
And so the blue says, I got a clip for sale, and what does the white iPhone say?
What kind?
And then the person says 9mm, and what does
It says, I got a 45, GOTTA.
and what was the date?
For the last message was 2/11/2021, 5:25:44 p.m. So -5 would be, what, noon? 12:25:44.
That was
20.
Everybody's objection before 20.
moving Exhibit 420. Let's look at 421. Recognize Exhibit 421.
Again, yes, it's a text message in the Cellbrite format from that XS Max.
Now, so are there different types of texting apps? Is there something called Text Now?
Yes, and that's where you can make up a number. You don't have to give the number associated with your phone.
Okay. And so tell us about this text exchange.
It looks like there was a message sent that they were interested in a Glock 19, which was for sale on Arms List. And the guy or the person responded, "Yeah, man, what you got?" And the user is trying to sell a Glock 37 Gen 4. And then what follows are images of that. And it says pics and info, and Yeah, I think they've gotten out of order, but,
Are they the photos up on the wall?
yeah, that's the images of the photo that is trying to be sold.
Move that in as exhibit 421.
Previous objection before 21.
This is 422. You recognize exhibit 422?
I do. It's an image, and based on the file path, it was created in the Lightspeed image cache, which, again, is one of those temporary files that Facebook has created for Facebook Messenger to make the whole user experience better. And it was created on this device at on February the 12th of 2021 at 4:30:17 p.m. minus the 5, you've got 11:30:17 a.m.
On 212.
On 2/12, yes, ma'am.
Over previous objection before 22.
This is going to be 423. Is this one of the images as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to determine when the image was created on the phone?
Yeah, it showed, it had its own create XF date of 2/4/2021, and it was saved to the XS Max on 2/13 of 2021.
Make that 423.
Previous objection before 23.
424. Let's go to some videos. Thank you. So can you tell us about exhibit 424?
Okay, this video was created at 2/12/2021 at 1:42:35 local time. It's an MP4.
And so it was made.
Yeah, the video was created and then it was saved on this device at the same time at 1:42:35.
Got that nigga in a bag. What you talking about? Got it,
Move that in as exhibit 424.
Over previous objection before 24.
What about 425? What can you tell us about exhibit 425?
Okay, this video was actually created at 4:05:49 local time on the 12th of February of 2021. It was saved and created on this device at 4:06:46 on the 12th.
Now let me ask you this. How do you know, what if someone had sent this video to the device? Do you have to take an extra step in order to save it to the device?
Yeah, it's not if you just passively look through it and touch it, it won't save it. If you play it, then it'll save it to the device.
Like moving the evidence, exhibit 425.
Previous objection before 25.
Oh my God, where the fuck is they at talking about everybody in rap, bitch keep wanting to do all that asking questions, what's going on? I don't know his name, I don't see him on my Facebook, keep him.
Huh?
And I don't think so. He hit child cars.
He hit the pop.
Oh my God. He hit the mailbox. Y'all, we trying to see who this is, y'all. Oh my God. Yeah, look, oh my God, oh my God. I'm not, damn, what is this mama name? Lord Jesus. It's just one. Oh, his mama live on the corner. I forgot her name. No, this is a boy, but his mama found in the corner. Yo, look at this. Oh my God. Y'all pray for this boy. Hurry, come on.
426, what can you tell us about that image?
Okay, it was another video created, the MP4. The exif create date and time was 2/12 of 2021 at 5:10:27 p.m. And again, it was saved on the device at the same time.
So maybe an hour after this last video we just watched?
Yes, ma'am.
Like in the evidence exhibit 426.
Like a previous objection before 26.
Because he got on the line, and these people they crying. Niggas better ride with you, better get you up and ride with you.
Show you exhibit 427. Recognize exhibit 427. There's it's like 3 sheets there.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is exhibit 427?
Appears to be the doorbell video from, well, I know it's the house on Cathedral.
So what can you tell us about the time of the recording?
The device, it was saved on this device or created on this device at 2/12 on 2/12 of 2021 at 11:21:32 p.m. local time. And you can see the other images of, it gives you a frame by frame breakdown of the video.
Evidence exhibit 427.
Any objection? 427.
Let's go to 428. That's exhibit 428.
Yeah, it's another image. It looks like it came from Facebook with the FB image downloader header on the file name. It was saved or created on this device on 2/12 of 2021 at 4:54:09 p.m. local time.
This is exhibit 428.
Of a previous objection before 28.
429.
Yeah, it's another image from the device that was created on the device on 2/12 of 2021 at 4:54:40 p.m. Again, it looks like it came from Facebook.
430. I'm sorry, like in the evidence
yeah,
exhibit
previous
429. What about exhibit 430?
Yeah, it's another image, same thing with the same file name, starter. Created on this device on 2/13 of 2021 at 2:15:07 p.m. this local time.
Moving to evidence exhibit 430,
Previous objection be 430.
exhibit 431.
Okay, again, appears to be a Facebook post. It was created or saved on this device on 2/13 of 2021 at 7:44:59 p.m.
So can you read that into the record?
It's from Stephanie Roush Hayes.
I'm gonna object to it being read into the record. It's already
Well,
been
I mean,
introduced.
the image is, so I mean, it's part of publishing, so it's in, I'll let her read it.
So let me tell you what this child was doing just 10 minutes before this completely unnecessary and devastating event. He was standing beside me as I explained an assignment he wanted to make up from the day before. He was asking questions. He was listening patiently, and as he walked away, he thanked me just as he had done every other time he had asked for help this semester. Just a few short minutes later, as I stood outside after school, I heard the shots that took his life. He was just a kid, and he was a great kid. He didn't deserve this. He was part of our 4th block family, and our class will never be the same without him. This has to stop. All our kids want is a chance. Please let us give them this chance that they deserve.
And so just, this is what, remember when I was talking about some hearsay is admissible, truth matter asserted, some isn't? This is not offered to prove the truth matter asserted. So you can't read that and think, oh, well, what's being said in there is evidence, must be true. It's just in there because that's the image that was allegedly saved to the phone, okay? Okay, proceed.
432.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, 431.
Yeah, over.
Again, a Facebook image created and saved on this phone.
This is 432.
432.
The date this was created on this phone was 2/14 of 2021, 12:52:17 p.m. local time.
This is exhibit 432.
Over previous objection be 432.
The last exhibit that I had, Mr. Robinette wants me to attach a response, and I've got that response. I just don't have it with me. So I would like to introduce this.
Subject to, you agree with that, Mr. Robinette?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Exhibit, this is 404. Going back to Mr. Jordan's phone.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
The
Going back
iPhone
to
11.
Teal phone. Going back to
Okay.
the Teal phone. You recognize exhibit 404?
I do. It's
And what is
iOS
it?
messages, text messages.
And if you could read into the record 404 with the text exchanges.
It starts at 1:02:38 local time on 2/12 of 2021. It says DIS, wax, WAX, why you said had them 7.62 bullets again. The response from the cell phone ending in 4175, it says, I got you some, and that was at 1:02:53 p.m. the same day. Then at 1:03:40, the response came from the iPhone 11. It said, bet LMK when I can KAN, get EM.
And that's going to be 404. And I'll bring the second page.
Yeah, subject to the response would be 404.
Did you read, and you did tell us that the last 4 digits for the white iPhone,
7441.
7441 for the white iPhone. Also, Your Honor, some housekeeping matters. Again, showing you exhibit 373. Again, this is a video that we talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
Like to move to evidence exhibit 373.
Yeah, I think we were holding off for her to identify it, so we'll make that 373 now.
Exhibit 380. You recognize exhibit 380?
I do.
What is exhibit 380?
So an extraction from the iPhone 11.
Move this in as exhibit 380.
Very well.
Exhibit 375.
Yeah, it's another extraction from the phone.
Move this in, that you did.
Yes,
Like
yes.
move this in as exhibit 375.
Same time.
Exhibit 374.
Yeah, it's video.
Extraction you did.
Yes,
All-
ma'am.
Are these all extractions that you did?
Yes, yes.
Like
Everything
these-
that you've gone through.
Like move this in exhibit 374. Did you do the extraction for exhibit 376?
Yes, ma'am.
Like to move this in as exhibit 376. Did you do the extraction in 378 and 379?
I did.
Like to move into evidence exhibit 378 and 379. Did you do the extraction for exhibit 4 and 4A?
I did.
Like to move exhibit 4 and 4A in as evidence. Exhibit 5 and 5A, did you do that extraction?
Yes, ma'am.
Like to move exhibit 5 and 5A in as evidence. Exhibit 9 and 9A, did you do that extraction?
I did.
Like to move exhibit 9 and 9A in as evidence. Exhibit 208A, did you do that
I did.
extraction?
Yes.
Like to move that in as evidence. Exhibit 377 and 377A, did you do that extraction?
I did.
Like to move that in as evidence.
No previous objection will be received and evidence now.
Can you pass the witness, Your Honor?
Evidence is approved. We're going to give the defense an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Morris. However, it's 5:15 now, and it may not be too short, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn for the day. We're getting close, I think, to the end of the state's case, so there's a chance we could start deliberating in this case tomorrow. I have no idea. The defense is also given an opportunity to present evidence and witnesses and exhibits if they wish to do so. I never really know until we get to that point whether or not there's going to be additional proof. And so we may or may not be deliberating tomorrow. As I said earlier, when we started this thing, I don't anticipate working on Saturday or Sunday. We only do that in a case of emergency. And so if we don't finish it tomorrow, then we'll come back Monday. But be prepared to work a little bit late tomorrow, just in case we get it to you sometime tomorrow and you start deliberating. Once again, please avoid all local media coverage and anything about this case in particular. Do not visit any places mentioning the case or discuss this case with anyone. So tomorrow I have another fairly heavy docket I need to address. I'm going to work on that from 9 to 10. When we come back and continue with the state's proof at 10 o'clock. It's another Greg Isaacs emergency.
I'm getting the water. I'm running for my life.
I actually did that to get rid of it. Just kidding. All right, folks. So I want you to take your notebooks with you. Go to the officers. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Have a good night, everybody. Okay, folks, you're gonna have to see. We got a lot of exhibits to clean up here. We'll work on that. I really do have a lot tomorrow. I'm gonna try my best to get it done by 10. So y'all try to get here at 10 tomorrow, and we'll resume today's case. And after this reception tonight, if the server's working, I will continue on the instruction. I'll just tell you, I've not gotten very far in. So I will do my best to get y'all a draft tonight and the instructions, so you can start looking at those. All right, anything from the state?
No, sir.
Ms. Mathis? Ms. Robinette? Have a good night, folks. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Court date adjourned until 9.
Moved in the certification of the email rights.
Do those include the subscriber data?
That's what I was
Yeah.
wondering. Where's this big stack of records that's supposed to go with that?
Very big.